Akademika Fakultas MIPA mengucapkan Dirgahayu Universitas Udayana ke-58. Semoga selalu unggul, mandiri, dan berbudaya.
Good afternoon and the warmest welcome we extend with our greatest honor to the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, the Honorable Dr. Anda Nilo Watiniase, Magister Science, PhD. With our due respect, the Vice Dean and Coordinator of Study Program of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University. With our due respect to the facilitator and moderator of this international workshop, Mr. Peter Hendrich and Ms. Nurul Adim from Green Book Organization, Mrs. Jenny Dajen from Education Department Tasmania, Australia, Dr. Maderia Deviani and Dr. Andes Jobniko Subagio, Magister Science from Udayana University, and all of our respectful participants of this international workshop. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, peace for all of us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to International Community Service Workshop on Eco-Education Activities and Online Teaching Strategy. Today, Sunday, November 22, 2020. Before we start our workshop, let us take a moment to pray based on our faith and religion. To all participants, prayer start. Prayer and thank you. This international workshop is organized by the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science of Udayana University in collaboration with the Green Books Organization and Department of Education, Tasmania, Australia. As the opening of this workshop is the report by the chairperson of the organizing committee. Please welcome Dr. Loh Putu Eswaryanti Kusumayuni. The time is yours.
Sorry. Thank you, Ibu Dewi. Good afternoon, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, the Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, the Program Study Coordinator within the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, the Facilitator and Moderator of this International Community Service Workshop, and all of our respectful participants of this international workshop. Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, peace for all of us. Welcome to the International Community Service Workshop on Eco-Education Activities and Online Teaching Strategy. Today, Sunday, 22nd November 2020. This international workshop is organized by the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences of Udayana University in collaboration with the Green Book Organization and the Department of Education, Tasmania, Australia. During this pandemic, we are being pushed to adopt new norms in every aspect of our life, including in education sector. School has to deliver their subject via online platform for students, with parents' guidance at home. This situation is quite challenging to most teachers and young parents in Indonesia, since no adequate preparation has been conducted earlier. A carefully planned activity and teaching strategy are absolutely required to have more attention is given by young students toward the subject. Teaching method is in a fun and interesting way will be more preferred by students and parents. Therefore, more understanding to the subject will be gained. In accordance to the above, we are conducting this online workshop for teachers in early age education institution, as well as for young parents. Embarking from the root of our faculty, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, the environment crisis issue will be used as the topic in this workshop. We have been very fortunate that Pak Peter and Ibu Nurul from Green Books Organization, as well as Ibu Jenny and Ibu Ingrid from the Department of Education Tasmania, Australia, willing to collaborate with us, sharing their expertise and knowledge through this occasion. We would like to give thanks to all of the facilitators for the time and effort that they have devoted in sharing their knowledge and experience to all of us here today. I can report that almost 300 participants are registered for this today workshop, and they are from 17 provinces all over Indonesia. And we have participants also from Texas, USA, and the New South Wales of Australia. They are from various profession background, namely teacher, headmaster, school or university technician, and librarian, researcher, lecturer, university students, and others that have special interest to education. I believe that so many new information and knowledge will be able to be picked by all of us in this fruitful session. Once again, and on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to say thank you for all of the attendees here today, and we apologize should be there any mistake that were done or said during the preparation of this workshop. Thank you. Om Santi Santi.
Thank you, Dr. Lestari. Up next is the opening address with the Dean, by the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, to officially open this international workshop. Please welcome the Honorable Dr. Nilo Watiniasi, Magister Science, PhD. Time is yours. This is, yeah, okay. Good.
Right, thank you, I'm sure. Thank you for the master ceremony. Good afternoon, everyone. Om Swastiastu. May all of us in happy and prosperous life. I am Nilo Watiniasi, the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Udayana, Bali. Give you all a very warmest welcome to this international community service workshop on eco-education activities and online teaching strategies. Due respect to the Vice Dean of Academic and Planning, Dr. Rigusti Ketut Gandiadi, Vice Dean of Financial and Other General Activities, Dr. Imade Sukadana, Vice Dean of Student and Affairs and Information, Professor Niwayar Biase, the facilitators and moderator, Mr. Peter Hendrich and Ms. Nurul Adim from Green Book Organization, Ibu Jenny Dajan from Education Department, Tasmania, Australia, Dr. Madhirya Deviani and Dr. Andut Jabniko Subagio, Master of Science from Universitas Udayana, all coordinators of study program, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana, the chairperson to this international workshop, Ibu Eswaryanti Kusumayuni, and all participants from all over Indonesia and overseas, from Texas, USA, from New South Wales and Tasmania, Australia. This is a privilege that we can meet virtually on this program to hear and share knowledge and expertise from the speakers that all participants might need. The pandemic situation restricts us to come to visit and meet or gather directly on serving the community. This program is one solution that we can take. However, meeting virtually like this may have some beneficial too, in that we can gather from everywhere, all over the places, without much spending. This program, initiated to fulfill one of the faculty and university program on international collaboration, in order to spread or receive knowledge and other skills. The end result of this research that have been conducted by lecturer or researchers should at a point be transferred to the community to be known and applied or practiced. To all honorable attendants, as mentioned by the chairperson of the program, that this program is joining by participants from all over Indonesia and overseas. The program offer might be valued from the number and the origin of participants. For today's event, the number of participants joining this program is more than 300, as the chairperson reported. That can be seen also the number from the list of participants from many different places in Indonesia and overseas. This can give us information that this program is very important. Desperate to gain more information and share knowledge that the speakers will be delivered. Lastly, we hope that the program can be followed until the end and will have much beneficial to all of us. Well, finally, on this moment, I am the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Udayana, officially opened the International Community Service Workshop on Eco-Education Activities and Online Training Strategy, which we held on Sunday, 22nd of November 2020. Thank you very much. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti Om. May all of us in peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watinasi, PhD. Between ladies and gentlemen, that was the official opening of the International Community Service Workshop on Eco-Education Activities and Online Teaching Strategy. Next, we will continue the main program. We have two sessions for today. The first session is the Eco-Education Activities Workshop, and the second session is the Teaching Strategy for Online Class in Early Age Education Workshop. The session will be guided by Dr. Jobniko Subagio, Master Science. Mr. Jobniko is a senior lecturer at the Biology Study Program of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science of Udayana University. His expertise is on marine ecology. His academic background, Master of Science from Faculty Biology, Gajah Mada University. His highlight activities, he's become an environment auditor or consultant on several projects in Sanur, Nusa Dua, and Kuta Beach, Nihi Watu Sumba Mandalika Lombok Project, Safety Beach Project of Kuta Beach from 2002 until 2009. He's become Young Scientist Competition Judge since 2010. Please welcome Mr. Jobniko. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Dewi, for your introduction, and allow me and trust me to be a moderator in these seminars. I will be very pleased for that. And as I mentioned before, we have two sections. The first section is Eco and Education, and the second section is Online Teaching, Learning. To me, education and ecology is the two important keywords, because that education, I believe, we won't be here at this time. And if you ask me who is my best teacher, I will say that's my mom. So I think education. is very important to all of us. So before we start our seminar, I think please allow me to read some short background of the speakers this afternoon. Education is very important to all of us. So before we start our seminar, I think please allow me to read. The first speaker will be Bapak Peter Hendricks. He is a co-founder and managing director of Green Books Organization, Yayasan Green Books Indonesia. He got his MBA in Sung University, Seoul. And his activities is, as I told you before, he is a co-founder and managing directors of the Green Books Organization. And the second is Ibu Siti Nurul Adimiyati SSE. She is the Eco Education Program Coordinator. She got his Bachelor of Science in Physics from the State University of Semarang. And she involved in the Red Nose Foundation and also Gerakan Indonesia Mengajar 2013 and 2014 as a pengajar muda, is young lecturer, and also she involved in Bintang Pelajar Institute at Bekasi 2012 until 2013. And the third is Ibu Dr. Insinyur Maderia Deviani, MSc. She is the lecturer of biology. Her academic background, he got his undergrad from IPB Institute Pertanian Bogor, and she got her postgraduate master in University of Western Sydney, New South Wales, and she got her doctors from Udayana University. And her research is evaluating acclimatization of potato cutting in the field and identification of fig around Gianyar Valley and acclimatization of dendrobium orchid from teenagers at Budaga, Kelungkung Valley. Okay, for shortening the time, I like to invite Bapak Peter Hendricks. Please, Bapak Peter's time and line is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Selamat sore.
Selamat siang, sore.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum.
Oh, Swastiastu.
My name is Peter Hendrik, and I'm the co-founder and managing director of Yayasan Green Books Indonesia, which mission is to inspire millions of Indonesian children to live sustainably. After living and traveling around Indonesia for 5 years, I've seen many beauties, natural beauties, and on the other hand, I also seen many bad things happening to the nature. And what mostly made me surprised that there's no environmental education in Indonesia, in a formal education. That's why we decided to do something about it, and we founded this Green Books organization. without no networks and not much connections to the educational system of Indonesia. The first what we think was to introduce books about environment to the local kids. Therefore, that's why we had this program called Eco Libraries, and we distributed books about ecosystems, environment, endangered species to schools and community libraries. But over the time, we thought we want to have more impact than just having kids reading books. That's why we started to develop eco-educational programs, guidelines to activities about biodiversity, endangered species, waste management, and climate change. How the system works is that we provide guidelines to the local educators, and we ask them to implement it in their local community or school. And after they give us feedback, we reward them with motivational rewards, such as environmental books, binoculars, reusable shopping bags, water filters, or zero waste lunch kits. Beside the program for children, we also develop online workshop for teachers. We call Pelita, education for sustainable development. And what are we facing these days because of COVID school closure? We need to come out with new way how we can approach the kids, and we started new program called online eco activities. And my colleague Nurul, she will explain you more about this program, which is the main topic of our workshop. So I'm looking forward that we will have some teachers online who will listen about our program, and hopefully they will be interested and they can spread more environmental education in their schools and communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much from Pak Peter. That's nice introduction about the Green Book. And I think it's better Ibu Nurul continuing his talking.
Okay. First of all,
Suaranya belum muncul.
We lost your voice, Ibu Nurul. Ibu Nurul, we lost your voice. Could you unmute your microphone, please?
okay.
Oke.
Okay, I'm so sorry. So, Okay, so first I would like to say thank you for Udayana University who invite us and for this collaboration that I think a very beautiful collaboration. And I also want to say thank you to the participant, to our participant who coming from from so many areas in Indonesia. And then, okay, I would like to sharing about what we will learn for today. But before, maybe I also wanna give us information about our next program. Our next program is Keanekaragaman Hayati and Perubahan Iklim. But yes, just like what Pak Peter said before about our online eco activities, since our participants mostly come from Indonesia, I would like to ask a permission to use bahasa. So because this is a workshop, I hope that everybody who joining with this workshop can have more knowledge about this workshop, and maybe can implement this workshop and activity on their school or at home. Yeah, just I want to ask the permission about the bahasa ya. I will use bahasa. And okay, untuk or maybe sometime I will talk in English, but mostly maybe I will delivering the workshop in bahasa. Oke, sebelumnya boleh saya minta tolong untuk semua partisipan kita untuk membuka kameranya. So, kita bisa melihat semua partisipan. Boleh tolong semua membuka. Oke.
Oke.
Ya. Ya, biar kelihatan semua ya wajah-wajah semangatnya Bapak Ibu semua. Terima kasih sudah hadir hari ini. So, saya akan mencoba untuk memberikan sebuah hal yang mungkin sering kami implementasikan di Yayasan Green Books Indonesia, yaitu online eco activity. Ini adalah sebuah program yang mana telah dicoba untuk diimplementasikan di salah satu sekolah, dan kami bersyukur bisa mendapatkan hasil yang sangat memuaskan ya untuk sekolah tersebut gitu. Nah, harapannya dengan workshop ini nantinya Bapak dan Ibu yang join dalam program ini, dalam workshop ini akan mendapatkan sesuatu yang kami harap bermanfaat gitu. Nah, di sini ada, saya akan langsung mulai workshopnya. Kenapa di sini saya memulai dengan meminta tolong semuanya, semua partisipan untuk membuka kameranya. Jadi saya di sini saya menempatkan diri seandainya saya ini bertemu dengan anak-anak didik saya. Saya ingin anak-anak didik saya terlihat bersemangat. Sayanya juga bersemangat sebagai pendidiknya gitu ya. Nah, kemudian di sini saya memperlihatkan ada angka 1 or 2. Ini adalah sesi ice breaking sebenarnya, biar tidak terlalu tegang ya, karena ini adalah sebuah workshop yang diharapkan bisa langsung diimplementasikan nanti ke anak-anak. Biasanya yang dihadapi anak-anak ketika mereka tegang, saya yakin Bapak Ibu di sini sudah sangat familiar ya, ketika anak-anak tegang terus mereka akan lebih susah untuk menerima apa yang akan kita sampaikan berikutnya gitu ya. Nah, oke. Ini ada ice breaking dari kami, 1 or 2. Nanti Bapak atau Ibu cukup you can show your finger 1 or 2. Based on apa yang Bapak Ibu pilih. which one, gitu ya. Mau satu boleh, mau dua boleh. Tidak ada yang benar dan tidak ada yang salah. Semuanya boleh berpendapat di sini. Oke, saya akan mulai. Tahu atau tempe? Oke. Next. Buah lokal atau buah impor?
Buah lokal.
Oke. Wow, oke. Hampir semuanya buah lokal ya.
Cinta lokal.
Siap. Oke. Next. Naik motor atau naik sepeda?
Naik sepeda.
Just show your finger. Hanya perlihatkan saja ini. Tidak perlu menjawab ya supaya tidak terlalu ramai. Hanya satu atau dua, gitu ya. Oke. Next. Gula merah atau gula putih?
Satu.
Oke. Ada yang pilih dua, ada yang pilih satu. Oke. Air putih atau air soda?
Air putih.
Wow, lebih banyak memang pada ini ya, lebih suka sehat ya. Oke, air putih. Teh seduh atau teh kemasan? Teh yang menyeduh sendiri, diseduh sendiri. Oke, teh kemasan tuh maksudnya yang dikemas dijual di botol-botol itu ya. Next, kereta api atau pesawat? Ayo pilih mana? Mungkin masih ada yang ragu, saya pilih naik kereta api atau pesawat ya. Kalau seandainya kereta api ada di mana-mana, misalkan di Bali ini memang ada kereta api gitu. Karena di sini belum ada ya. Lebih memilih kereta api atau pesawat? Oke. Ya. Sebenarnya apa sih hubungannya dengan pertanyaan saya tadi? Saya memulai dengan sebuah ice breaking yang terhubung langsung dengan diri kita sendiri gitu. Kita suka apa sih sebenarnya untuk kehidupan kita gitu. Saya lebih suka bersepeda atau saya lebih suka bersepeda motor. Saya lebih suka buah lokal atau saya lebih suka buah impor. Apa hubungannya gitu dengan apa yang mau disampaikan hari ini gitu. Sama ketika kita bertemu dengan siswa-siswa kita. Ngapain sih kita ngomongin apa yang kita suka gitu. Karena apa? Saya memulai dengan itu karena itu adalah sesuatu yang sangat relate to ourselves, relate to our daily activity. About apa yang Anda pilih itu berpengaruh nggak sih sebenarnya buat dunia kita gitu, buat dunia kita secara global. Dan karena kita sedang membicarakan soal eco-education, kita sedang membicarakan soal pendidikan lingkungan, maka kita mencoba untuk membuat itu relate gitu dengan pembelajaran. Oke, kita akan mulai dengan menonton video ini dulu. Semua bisa mendengar ya? Bisa mendengar?
Tempat segala angan dan harapan umat manusia tinggal kini sedang memanas. Sains mencatat bumi kita sedang mengalami kenaikan suhu yang bisa dibilang parah. Bahkan tahun lalu tercatat sebagai tahun terpanas kedua dalam sejarah manusia. Yang mengerikannya, 6 suhu terpanas bumi yang pernah tercatat semuanya terjadi di dalam 1 dekade belakang. Mungkin kalau nggak dihentikan, kita akan menuju ke tahun-tahun di mana bumi memiliki lebih banyak persoalan kebakaran. Pertanyaannya, apakah kita mampu menghentikan pemanasan global yang semakin parah? Sayangnya, pemanasan global itu nyaris nggak mungkin buat dihentikan. Ini semua karena banyak senyawa ini yang terus memenuhi langit bumi dan buatnya semakin memanas. Bayangkan aja jumlah emisi gas rumah kaca yang dihasilkan manusia gara-gara gunain bahan bakar fosil aja itu nyampe 37 gigaton. Itu kayak ngebuang 6.000 piramida Giza ke atmosfer bumi. Dan inilah yang bikin kandungan karbon dioksida dan emisi lainnya di atmosfer bumi yang tadinya rata-ratanya cuma segini, jadi mencapai titik tertingginya selama 800.000 tahun terakhir. Oke, Kalau gitu, apakah masih ada jalan keluar dari semua ini? Apa masih ada cara buat memperlambat pemanasan global? Sebenarnya masih ada, tapi itu pun bakalan susah banget. Ilmuwan banyak yang udah sepakat kalau cara terbaik buat memperlambat pemanasan global adalah dengan ngurangin emisi gas rumah kaca ke udara. Makanya 197 negara di dunia juga udah sepakat dalam 10 tahun ke depan, seenggaknya kita udah harus ngurangin emisi gas rumah kaca segini buat ngejaga biar suhu bumi nggak naik 2 derajat Celcius di akhir abad ini. Karena kalaupun semua manusia saat ini berhenti ngasilin karbon dioksida ke udara, bumi masih akan tetap memanas. Dan apalagi kalau kita nggak ngapa-ngapain, bisa aja ada kemungkinan yang jauh lebih. Kelihatannya, 2 derajat itu emang kayak kecil banget. Tapi nyatanya, kenaikan suhu bumi sekarang ini aja udah bikin perubahan iklim yang dampaknya merembet kemana-mana. Bencana alam segala bentuk udah nggak bakalan nahan diri untuk ngancurin kita. Sampai spesies hewan dan karang di lautan jadi makin kacau. Dan bahkan pemanasan global juga disebut ikut nyebabin banyak kematian lewat persebaran penyakit. Menurut para saintis, bumi emang gak akan langsung berakhir. Ini semua. Tapi kemungkinan semua bencana ini akan terjadi lagi bakalan jauh lebih sering. Terus gimana dengan kita? Kalau kita lihat sekitar aja masih kelihatan banyaknya orang di belakang layar masih gak peduli dengan kondisi bumi sekarang. Yang main nebang pohon dan membakar lahan di sana sini buat keuntungan pribadi mereka aja. Padahal buat sekedar info, ini yang mungkin akan terjadi di Jakarta tahun 2050 kalau muka air laut terus nambah tinggi gara-gara pemanasan global. Tentunya kita nggak bisa biarin ini sampai terjadi. Untungnya, Indonesia juga punya komitmen buat ngurangin emisi gas rumah kacanya ke udara. Lalu bikin kebijakan kayak nunda pemberian izin pembukaan lahan hutan dan gambut, restorasi lahan gambut, ningkatin penggunaan pembangkit listrik tenaga terbarukan, dan rehabilitasi dan penyerahan hutan untuk tujuan sosial. Ya, PR kita masih panjang. Tapi sejauh ini kita udah mulai dan harus terus ngerjain mereka. Satu persatu.
Oke, wait. Ya. Kalau tadi saya sempat membuka dengan sebuah video, itu adalah bagian dari ice breaking yang tadi sempat saya lakukan di awal tentang one or two. You choose one or two. Karena apa? Setiap pilihan yang kita buat sebenarnya itu bisa mempengaruhi, bisa memberikan pengaruh kepada jumlah karbon yang ada di bumi ini, gitu. Dan itulah yang juga salah satu hal yang bisa mempercepat atau memperlambat adanya krisis iklim yang saat ini sudah mulai kita hadapi. Kita sudah tahu, saya yakin Bapak Ibu di sini semuanya sudah tahu, sudah merasakan sendiri bahwa memang ada yang berubah gitu dengan apalagi yang sudah hidup di Bali selama bertahun-tahun, selama puluhan tahun, atau di luar sana di daerah di luar Bali, karena di sini tidak hanya yang di Bali ya yang join, pasti pernah merasa bahwa kok makin hari makin panas ya gitu, atau ketika hujan pun hujannya tuh sering hujan badai gitu. Nah, yang seperti ini mau tidak mau kita percaya bahwa memang krisis iklim itu ada gitu. Dan sebagai saintis, sebagai guru, sebagai orang tua, hal ini pastinya menjadi sebuah hal yang sebenarnya yang bisa kita lakukan bersama gitu. Nah, di workshop kali ini kami dari Yayasan Green Books Indonesia ingin memperkenalkan sebuah program eco activity online. Jadi program ini sebenarnya sudah berjalan sebelumnya kami rancang sebelum adanya COVID ya, sebelum adanya pandemi. Tapi setelah ada pandemi, kita coba untuk benar-benar mengimplementasikan sebenarnya ini bisa atau tidak kita lakukan gitu. Nah, program Eco Activity Online ini tentu saja tidak bisa dilakukan sendirian gitu, tidak bisa kami lakukan sendirian, tapi kami bekerja sama bersama guru-guru dan bekerja sama dengan sekolah gitu. Nah, salah satunya itu adalah guru kami dari SD Saraswati Sukawati. Beliau menjadi salah satu koordinator guru untuk program eco activity di sekolahnya. Namun karena adanya pandemi, maka program ini akhirnya coba diimplementasikan. Nah, apa sih keunggulan dari program eco activity online ini? Program ini dapat dilakukan di rumah, kemudian bisa menjadi alternatif kegiatan. Pilot programnya sudah dilakukan, jadi memang sudah bisa dibuktikan ya apakah ini berjalan atau tidak. Kemudian dapat dimodifikasi sesuai kebutuhan masing-masing sekolah atau komunitas. Jadi jangan khawatir Bapak Ibu jika misal merasa Mbak ini kurang implementasinya kalau di sekolah saya kurang nih, cukup bisa diinformasikan kepada kami akan mencoba untuk menyesuaikan kondisinya dengan yang ada di sekolah. Kemudian, satu lagi yang tidak kalah penting, melibatkan orang tua siswa. Selama masa pandemi ini, pasti orang tua siswa juga agak kebingungan ya, ini kalau ada tugas tuh sebenarnya harusnya seperti apa sih untuk mengimplementasikannya, terus caranya bagaimana. Nah, kami di sini menggunakan lesson learn untuk kami kirimkan juga nanti kepada orang tua siswa. Ini juga yang tidak kalah penting bahwa langkah kecil ini ternyata bisa mengurangi dampak perubahan iklim. Ini kecil, tapi bayangkan kalau hal kecil ini dilakukan secara masif. Mungkin belum perfect, belum sempurna, tapi kalau ini dilakukan secara masif, it will be very have a huge impact. Oke, kuncinya apa? Sebagai guru, tentu saja perlu konsisten. Caranya bagaimana? Kalau yang sudah diimplementasikan itu dikomunikasikan dengan kepala sekolah dan guru-guru yang lain, karena nggak mungkin sendirian ya. Kemudian memberikan perkenalan sebenarnya apa sih eco activity online ini untuk keluarga itu nanti apa manfaatnya apa gitu. Kemudian berkomunikasi dengan kami Green Books, Yayasan Green Books Indonesia, kemudian membagikan eco activity setiap minggunya. Jadi kalau yang sudah diimplementasikan di SD Saraswati Sukawati itu program ini dilakukan setiap 1 minggu sekali gitu. Ini contoh komunikasinya, jadi nanti simple ya, karena pasti orang tua tidak ingin mendapatkan sesuatu yang sudah dalam kondisi seperti ini. Kalau pesannya makin susah, mungkin akan makin bingung lagi. Jadi dibuat sesimpel mungkin pesannya, kemudian termasuk link Google Docs-nya ini, jadi kita share juga kepada semua orang, jadi ini tidak tertutup ya, siapapun bisa mengaksesnya. Kemudian ini kita akan masuk ke orang tua dulu, karena saya yakin di sini yang join workshop-nya tidak hanya guru, tapi juga orang tua siswa. Nah, boleh dong saya mungkin bertanya ya, boleh ke salah satu, siap-siap nih, biar nggak bosan. Saya pengen mungkin Ibu Anissa Ayu, mungkin bisa menjawab, atau yang sedang live aja ya, yang sedang membuka. Semuanya. Oke, mungkin bisa salah satu dari ibu-ibu yang ada? Atau Bapak juga boleh ya? Oh, Ibu Nila Ariswari. Boleh Ibu Nila Ariswari. Kalau ada pertanyaan seperti ini, boleh di-unmute dulu Ibu ya. Ya. Oke, Ibu Nila, silahkan. Menurut Ibu Nila, apa yang ada dalam benak Ibu Nila saat melihat foto seperti ini?
Oke, terima kasih sebelumnya Mbak Nurul ya. Jadi untuk tanggapan saya ke foto ini itu lebih ke kebersamaan dan kekeluargaannya itu ada ya. Kalau misalnya, kalau saya lihat ini kan gambar anak-anak yang mungkin mengerjakan sesuatu, kemudian didampingi oleh orang tuanya, sehingga ada sehingga ada pendapat juga yang masuk dari orang tua tersebut, kemudian ada kebersamaannya, jadi ada saling sharing, dan itu mungkin jadi lebih mendekatkan orang tua kepada anak juga sih menurut saya.
Iya.
Kemudian juga kan meskipun di masa pandemi seperti ini guru itu tidak bisa bertemu langsung dengan orang tua. Nah, orang tua sendiri kan juga merupakan guru mereka kalau dalam ajaran Hindu kan. Nah, ini jadi lebih ke yang seperti saya bilang tadi sih, lebih ke mendekatkan mereka gitu. Yang biasanya kalau secara normal anak-anak itu tidak ketemu orang tuanya itu mungkin tidak lama ya, hanya waktu sore, jadi mulai dari pagi bisa bersama dengan orang tuanya. Mungkin itu sih kalau dari saya kurang lebih.
Terima kasih Ibu Nila. Oh ya Ibu Nila, boleh saya tanyakan pertanyaan tambahan?
Oh ya, silakan.
Kalau Ibu Nila lihat dari gambar ini, anaknya kelihatan sedang belajar atau sedang bermain?
Sedang gini sih, bermain sambil belajar gitu ya.
Iya, betul sekali. Terima kasih Ibu Nila. Baik. Ya, jadi memang di foto ini adalah salah satu dokumentasi yang dikirimkan oleh salah satu orang tua siswa. Memang kegiatan yang kami lakukan itu lebih banyak bermainnya gitu. Jadi lebih banyak praktek langsung ketimbang belajar apa gitu. Jadi dari situ kami harapkan nantinya anak-anak tuh merasa bahwa oh ini memang sedang bermain tapi secara tidak langsung mereka belajar gitu. Ini adalah salah satu kegiatan kami, permainan kalau ini berhubungan dengan biodiversity waktu itu tentang sarang burung. Jadi kami berikan contoh permainannya, formatnya seperti apa, nanti orang tua boleh mengkreasikan versi mereka sendiri, tidak harus sama persis gitu. Karena kami yakin setiap orang memiliki kreativitas berbeda-beda. Kami tidak ingin mengkotak-kotakan itu gitu, biar semuanya bisa mengekspresikan dirinya gitu. Termasuk orang tua juga bisa mengekspresikan diri dalam kegiatan ini. Oke, next. Oke, sebagai orang tua konsistensi pasti penting dan ini jadi salah satu hal yang kami juga harapkan bisa terjalin ya komunikasinya antara guru dan orang tua. Nah, ini salah satu contoh eco-activity online kami. Bentar, saya akan bukakan. Nah, ini adalah salah satu contoh eco-activity online kami. Semuanya kami paparkan di sini, termasuk tujuannya apa, persiapannya apa saja. Nah, ini tersedia dalam 2 bahasa, ada versi bahasa Inggrisnya, dan ada versi bahasa Indonesianya. Ini adalah versi bahasa Indonesianya. Jadi semua langkah-langkahnya, kegiatannya ada di sini. Jadi tidak hanya memberikan tugas bikin ini, tidak. Tapi semua langkah-langkahnya ada di situ. Saya yakin Bapak Ibu guru juga di sini sudah sering kali memberikan yang seperti ini ya ke orang tua gitu. Nah, bedanya apa kalau untuk Green Books? Memang Green Books ini lebih fokus ke pendidikan lingkungannya, karena itu tadi kami juga ingin memberikan dampak secara tidak langsung, dampak yang baik supaya nantinya anak-anak ini lebih aware tentang krisis iklim yang memang sedang kita hadapi bersama gitu. Saya kembali lagi ke workshop-nya. Oke, ini hasil refleksinya. Seperti yang kami sampaikan tadi sebelumnya, anak-anak tidak kami batasi kreativitasnya, tapi mereka bisa membuat apapun yang menurut mereka itu bagus. Karena apalagi kalau sudah berhubungan dengan karya ya, mereka harus dipupuk kepercayaan dirinya. Dan memang hasilnya, saya melihatnya sih ini cukup surprise ya, cukup wah keren gitu, anak-anak bisa bikin kayak gini gitu. Berarti paling enggak dari mereka sendiri juga merasakan bahwa oh iya ada hal yang bisa mereka dapatkan dari kegiatan ini gitu. Terlepas dari hanya menggambar atau apa, tapi tidak, kalau Bapak Ibu lihat di sini ada gambar yang memang sangat berbeda ya antara kanan dan kirinya, tapi ini hasil imajinasinya anak-anak. Oke. Nah, di sini ada beberapa hasil refleksinya. Ada yang kegiatan kita menari. Ini, oke. Kemudian ada juga yang... Nah, ini salah satu permainan yang tadi saya sebutkan. Oke. Ini salah satu favorit saya. Oh, tidak ada suara ya?
Ya,
Jadi
suaranya tidak ter...
oh, nggak apa-apa, saya akan sedikit jelaskan. Jadi ini tiga contoh video yang dikirimkan sebagai dokumentasi dari orang tua siswa. Kenapa saya menyertakan video ini? Sebenarnya lebih kepada bahwa dari kegiatan-kegiatan ini bisa nggak sih sebenarnya dihubungkan dengan kegiatan-kegiatan sekolah yang memang sudah ada. Contohnya misalkan pelajaran IPA misalkan. Pelajaran IPA bisa nggak dihubungkan sama kegiatan ini? Tentu bisa. Kemudian untuk menilai karakter siswa, bisa nggak aktivitas keaktifannya siswa, bisa nggak dari sini? Bisa juga gitu. Bahkan mungkin kegiatan literasi pun bisa, karena kadang-kadang kami juga mengirimkan materi yang bisa dibaca oleh anak-anak gitu. Jadi dari situ kami mencoba untuk melihat segala aspek yang bisa terhubung dengan kegiatan eco activity ini. Nah, karena kita sedang bicara tentang eco activity online, ini tanggapan dari orang tua sendiri bagaimana? Tanggapannya cukup positif ya. Tanggapan yang mereka berikan cukup positif karena memang dari situ sebenarnya kegiatan-kegiatan yang kita lakukan itu kegiatan-kegiatan yang sangat simpel. Tidak sesuatu yang muluk-muluk yang anak-anak harus tahu tentang perbedaan antara karbon dioksida dan karbon, dan tidak harus seperti itu, karena kami yakin ketika anak-anak memiliki fondasi yang kuat dalam kepercayaan mereka dalam diri mereka bahwa oh ya, saya menyukai ini gitu. Ketika mereka suka, mereka akan terus bersemangat untuk mencari tahu lebih dan lebih lagi. Dan itu harapan dari kami, anak-anak akan semakin kritis, anak-anak akan menyukai ini, anak-anak akan lebih terbiasa lagi dengan isu-isu seperti ini gitu. Oke, nah sekarang ini adalah salah satu bentuk refleksi dari kami. Jadi biasanya kalau via online ya, ini adalah mungkin Bapak Ibu di sini pernah tahu Kahoot? Oke, kita akan Oke, pernah. Yeay, ada yang menjawab pernah, saya bahagia sekali. Dan saya yakin malah sudah banyak yang mencoba mengimplementasikan. Kita akan coba bareng-bareng ya sekarang Kahoot. Bapak Ibu ada handphone ya, semuanya pegang handphone masing-masing pegang. Oke, kita akan coba bermain Kahoot sekarang. Saya ingin lihat aktif atau enggaknya Bapak Ibu selama workshop bersama saya ini. Kita akan coba ya secara klasik. Sebentar, kita akan loading game pin-nya. Semuanya boleh pegang HP-nya, yuk. Silakan buka kahoot.it. Kemudian masukkan pin-nya ini. Yuk, semuanya. Saya tunggu ya. Ini sebentar banget. Kenapa saya pakai ini? Nanti ini ada hubungannya juga dengan kegiatan kita hari ini. Oke, ada Nila, ada Chandra. Yuk, yang lain mana nih? Ada 280 peserta, masa yang join hanya 2? Ayolah. Sibli, oke. Yuk, next. Ada siapa lagi di sini? Ada Jeff, oke. Next. Sylvia, oke. 6, 7, 8. Good. Yeah, makin banyak lagi. Job, come on. 14. Ayo terus naik. Ayo. Oke, kita tunggu sampai 1 menit ya. 1 menit lagi ya. Biar nggak kelamaan. Nanti kalau kelamaan yang join juga bosen nih. Oke, ada Dwi. Ada 15 orang. 16. Ayo lagi. Oke. Ya, 18 orang. Hello. Hello. Ya. 20. 21. Saya berharapnya yang belum pernah main Kahoot sih yang join, supaya kerasa gitu, asyiknya main Kahoot tuh kayak gimana gitu. Ini permainan, jadi ayo. Saya tunggu sampai 157. Oke, 23, 24, 25, ayo next. Terus. Ya, udah 27 peserta, ayo lagi. Please, join lagi, makin banyak kita kan makin seru ya. Oke, 28, 29, 30, 31, oke, 32, dari 280 baru 31 yang join, 32, oke. Oke, saya tutup ya, kita akan start dari sekarang. Udah ya, saya mulai. Yuk, langsung dijawab. Langsung dijawab yang mana? Baru 8, 10 orang, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oke. Ternyata ada 8 orang yang betul menjawabnya. Ya, urutannya tepat dari reuse, baru recycle. Recycle itu terakhir ya. Jadi memang di awal sebaiknya kita kurangi konsumsi kita, kurangi belanja kita, kan biar lebih hemat ya Bapak Ibu ya. Kemudian setelah itu mereuse apa yang sudah kita punya, gunakan kembali dengan berbagai cara, baru jalan terakhir jika memang itu, karena kalau sudah terjadi sudah recycle berarti itu sudah berbentuk sampah. Oke, kita lanjutkan ya. Oke, next question. Wow, scoreboardnya sementara yang memimpin adalah Sibli. Ini Sibli, Bapak atau Ibu? Good job, Sibli. Kemudian ada Rani, Dwi Aryani, Sylvia, dan H. Ada H. Ini saya tidak tahu siapa, tapi congratulations. Next, pertanyaan selanjutnya. Yuk, yang dimaksud dengan mikroplastik. Yuk, cepet-cepetan, ayo. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, skornya sudah cukup baik ya. Sudah ada 20 orang yang, dari 28 orang yang menjawab, ada 20 orang yang sudah mengerti bahwa mikroplastik adalah partikel plastik yang berukuran sangat kecil dan dapat mencemari lingkungan. Ya, plastik itu tidak mungkin terurai. Dia terurai hanya menjadi potongan kecil tapi tidak bisa menghilang. Benar-benar hilang dari muka bumi itu nggak bisa. Dia akan jadi mikro, bahkan suatu saat mungkin Bapak Ibu akan menemukan potongan yang lebih kecil dari itu lagi gitu. Tapi dia nggak akan hilang. Oke, next. Wow, Sibli tetap menjadi skor tertinggi masih dipegang oleh Sibli, kemudian Sylvia, Chandra, Parma, dan Kak. Next question. Racun berbahaya yang ditemukan pada styrofoam. dan dapat berpindah ke makanan adalah, yuk. Oke, wow, sudah cukup banyak yang paham bahwa racun yang terdapat pada styrofoam adalah stiren. Oke, nah ini pertanyaan-pertanyaan lanjutan seperti ini, pertanyaan yang cukup detail seperti ini, itu juga bisa dilakukan oleh guru-guru yang mungkin tidak hanya mengajar di SD atau di TK. TK mungkin belum terlalu bisa ya, mungkin SD atau SMP, tapi bisa juga diimplementasikan ke SMA. Next. Kita lihat, Sibli masih tetap memimpin, congratulations. Kemudian disusul masih Sylvia, Chandra, Parma, dan Hello. Oke, next question. Yang dapat digunakan sebagai alternatif pengganti plastik untuk membungkus makanan. Enam, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oke. Semuanya benar ya. Jadi kenapa sih kami tidak merekomendasikan plastik ya? Memang banyak sekali alasannya, dan ini jadi salah satu hal yang kami kenalkan juga dalam program kami, yaitu Sekolah Nol Sampah. Di Sekolah Nol Sampah kami akan memberikan pengertian lebih detail lagi untuk sebisa mungkin anak-anak atau kita sendiri sebagai guru atau orang tua untuk menghindari yang namanya plastik gitu. Jadi semuanya benar ya, bisa pakai daun, bisa menggunakan bahan keramik atau kaca atau stainless steel, ini bisa digunakan berkali-kali, itu lebih aman ketimbang pakai plastik dari segi, terutama dari segi kesehatan. Oke, next question. Oh, skor masih dipimpin oleh Sibli, kemudian Sylvia, Chandra, Parmah, dan Hilo. Oh, masih tetap ya. Oke, yuk next question. True or false? Plastik dapat diuraikan secara alami oleh mikroorganisme. Ini pasti semua bisa menjawab ya. Oke. Ya, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. Ya, ini adalah pernyataan yang salah, bahwa plastik tidak dapat memang plastik itu tidak dapat diuraikan secara alami oleh mikroorganisme. Yang menjawab betul mungkin nggak masalah, nanti bisa dibaca-baca lagi kenapa sih sebenarnya plastik itu tidak bisa diuraikan secara alami oleh mikroorganisme. Ya, yuk. Next. Oh, Parma naik peringkatnya, kemudian ada KJ juga naik. Ada Sylvia tetap di 5 teratas, kemudian ada Chandra juga. Next. True or false? Jumlah persentase sampah organik di Indonesia mencapai 60% dari total keseluruhan sampah yang dibuang di TPA. Betul atau salah? Oke. Ya, ini adalah pernyataan yang benar ya, bahwa memang sampah terbesar yang dihasilkan oleh orang-orang di Indonesia itu salah satunya adalah sampah organik. Dan ini sebenarnya kita di kehidupan sehari-hari kita bisa loh mereduce ini gitu, mengurangi jumlah sampah ini gitu. Bagaimana caranya? Nanti Bapak Ibu bisa join di program kami juga ya. Nanti kita akan belajar bareng-bareng, kita akan praktek bareng-bareng bersama anak-anak. Wow, ada yang naik lagi, sekarang ada Vidya dan Kunti. Congratulations, Parma dan Sylvia tetap ada di 5 teratas dan Sibli tetap di peringkat teratas. Next. yang paling utama dilakukan untuk mengurangi produksi jumlah sampah? Yang paling utama ya, yang pertama banget. Kan tadi ada urut-urutannya tuh. Nah, yang paling pertama banget. Oke. Hampir semuanya menjawab semua jawaban benar. Tapi sebenarnya yang paling utama, yang paling pertama banget itu lebih bijak berpikir sebelum membeli sesuatu. Serta mengurangi konsumsi kita. Karena apa? Dari situ sampahnya yang nggak akan terproduksi gitu. Memang reuse dan recycle itu tiga-tiganya mengurangi. Tapi yang paling utama yang bisa kita lakukan tuh apa sih? Balik lagi ke pola hidup kita. Hidup sesimpel mungkin dan mengurangi apa yang mengurangi pola konsumsi kita. Ya, oke. Next. Akhirnya ternyata makin naik lagi ya, ada Irianti Suprihat. Nah, ini pendatang baru di 5 teratas kita. Sylvia masih ada tetap di situ, masih ada Sibli dan Kunti. Oh, ini yang mulai naik. Mulai seru ya, true or false. Ini pertanyaannya tinggal sedikit, jadi mohon bersabar. Tahan dikit lagi, dikit lagi. Polusi plastik hanya disebabkan oleh buruknya pengelolaan sampah plastik. Benar atau salah? Oke. Ya, jawabannya salah. Dan ini adalah sesuatu hal yang mungkin bisa kita lakukan bersama-sama, bahwa bukan hanya soal buruknya pengelolaan sampah plastik, tetapi ini berasal dari akarnya, dari awalnya. Kalau plastik ini tidak diproduksi, dia tidak akan jadi sampah. Ini maksud saya untuk plastik-plastik tertentu ya, karena kan ada juga plastik yang digunakan untuk berbagai hal yang memang bermanfaat. Tapi untuk seperti contohnya penggunaan plastik sekali pakai atau single use plastik, kalau dari awal dia nggak ada single use plastik, pasti at the end dia nggak akan jadi sampah gitu. Dan caranya gimana? Caranya kita bergerak bareng-bareng, kita deketin siapapun gitu, termasuk keluarga kita sendiri, kita mulai men-treatment diri sendiri, kemudian kita kampanyekan hal ini juga kepada orang-orang di sekitar kita. Bahkan mungkin kalau Bapak Ibu di sini sebagai pengambil kebijakan di sekolah, di Dinas, atau di mungkin salah satunya mungkin ada yang di kementerian, mungkin bisa juga mengkampanyekan hal ini bersama-sama. Ya, oke. Ini, yuk, terakhir yuk. Salah satu cara memperlambat pemanasan global. Yuk, ayo semangat. Ya, oke, yeay, betul sekali, mengurangi emisi gas rumah kaca. Ya, kita lihat ya. Wow, selamat untuk Sylvia. Next ada Parma, dan yang pertama, untuk peringkat pertama, Sibli, congratulations. Runners up ada Irianti Su dan Kunti. Oke. Ya. That's all from greenbooks.org. So the Kahoot will be our DN. The Kahoot is our DN of this workshop from Greenbook. So thank you for all. Terima kasih. Saya kembalikan lagi kepada.
Okay, thank you very much for Pak Peter and Ibu Nurul. Very interesting topic indeed. And I can see that the audience eyes didn't blink even one time. Okay, and the next will be Ibu Maderia Deviani. So Ibu Ria, time and line is yours now.
Okay. Good afternoon, for ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining with us with these sessions. Our topic today is gardening for wellness. Why this topic is chosen? Because during this pandemic, we have more time with family at home while we work or study from home. Next slide, please. Talking about Indonesian local wisdom. We should love and care our environment. From the ancestor, some plants already used not only for food, however, can be processed to be traditional medicine or jamu. We have lot of empon-empon, such as singi bird, curcuma, turmeric, lemongrass, and lime. Special herbal drink can be made from ginger or curcuma that boil with water and lemongrass with a little bit of sliced lemon. This drink can be maintain our immune. Vegetables, we have superfood like moringa, we call it kelor, and papaya yang leaf for salads. This kelor or moringa have an antioxidant and good to be consumed just a simple way by cooking in water with garlic and slice of dalanga. The taste is yummy and fresh, and we call it as sayur bening. Gado-gado is traditional food that made from mixed vegetable and completely with peanut sauce. If you love hot taste, you can add more chili. Next slide, please. Now we talk about Dewandaru or Suriname cherry that already become distinct plant in Bali. We are learned from our parents that when we pull out one plant from the earth, so we should plant it more than 2 plants to conserve its availability for the next generation. Dewandaru produce fruits that have high antioxidant and vitamin. It can be propagated by seeds from the ripened fruits. But not Galat Dewandaru tree can produce fruits. So if you have Dewandaru tree and give fruits, you are lucky. Now we continue with edible flower. Next slide. Blue tea become trend at this era. This blue tea come from flower of butterfly pea that put into hot water. And wait a minute, and blue color will form in the water. This is can be taste with a little bit of sugar. These plants grow climbing, so it's better put it next to the fence and can give more view with its beautiful flower. The propagation of butterfly pea is by using its seedling, its seeds, and if you want to have a big plant in faster, you can do cutting from the young stem. Next slide, please. This range, we call it canang, an offering from Balinese, from Hindus. Flowers are important for us, and especially for Balinese while make an offering. People should plant some flowers so It can be easier while we cannot go shopping to the market. And when planting flowers, it's better to plant flowers that produce some colors like red, yellow, white, and green. This will make your garden looking beautiful. So based on that reason, next slide please. The question is how to make gardening to be interesting. We can encourage children to work together with family while enjoy stay at home. So mom, dad, and the kids can go outside playing with the mud, water, and planting some plants. Not has to be expensive seeds or seedlings, but use the seeds you have at home. And children can playing outside in the garden, get new sight, refreshing from the mobile phones or computer, or stop playing games. This is good for children to get happy while finish study or homework from the school while study from home. Next slide, please. What the advantage of gardening? Obviously, learning more about different plants, their benefits, when and where to plant. The first thing is to get healthy body, mind, and soul by relaxing the atmosphere. The second is exercise while sunbathing to increase immune system. Then, beautiful garden view and nutritious food, economically consuming organic product is cheaper than buying. But remember to preserve seeds for future planting. And having a kitchen garden can teach younger generations to be self-sufficient and sustainable. When you get more plants or more harvesting, you can put potted herbs or citrus and a basket of orange are great as a gift. Gift with personal touch is better. Finally, by staying green to help in reducing effect of the global warming. Next, please. Now, we learn about steps to start gardening. The first step is preparation. What should we prepare? Prepare the seed or vegetative part of plants. Then prepare the media. If you like to work with mud, you can prepare the soil media. But if you want to work in clean area, you can prepare hydroponic media. And then seeds germination, reporting the plant to the pot or transfer directly to the soil. Maintenance is also important, like watering your plants, fertilizing, and maybe protect your plant for the insecticide. The last step is harvesting and do some post-harvest things to examine that your harvest stuff is good for a several days. Next, please. For seeds germination, theoretically, seeds should be soaked with water at least 6 hours prior germinated into the media. This is give time for seeds to get more water insert into the cotyledon. After soak the seed, then continue planting directly to the media, and we can use half of bamboo full with media and just planted the seeds over there and then put more so the seeds become not visually in open space. If you don't have any seeds, you can have cutting plants. Cutting plant is important techniques for propagate plant that don't have or cannot produce seeds normally. And if we love to grow rose here hybrida, we can use technique about budding. So for the stock plant, we can use fence flowers, and then for the top up plant, we use stock for hybrida rose. And for the cordiaum, so the beautiful leaf, colorful leaf can be propagated by cutting too. How to improve or induce more roots faster than usual? We can use rootone or auxins mixed into like pasta, and then wipe into at the bottom of a thing before put it into the media. Normally, for 7 or 14 days, roots will come at the bottom of the stack. There's the cutting. For tomato is easily planted by cutting fruits to get more tomato seedlings. So by slicing the fruit horizontally, then place it onto the media, you can wait for 2 weeks. The new seedlings of tomato come up to the atmosphere. Next, please. Now, how to prepare media? Obviously, we use soil, but if you have some sand, it will be good to mix between soil and sand and add more manure or compost. This compost we can produce ourselves from our home kitchen. So kitchen waste from leftover food or peel of fruit or coffee or chocolate that not finished by the kids can be mixed together, put into the blender, and then turn it on, and you can have compost. But you can put little bit of starter inside and put a little bit of lime and mix this compost with soil. So wait until 1 week, and this media is ready for gardening. The container is better. We use the waste from soft drink bottles or paint container or mineral glass, or we can use, if you buy egg around 30, you can have containers that come from newspaper. This container can be used to plant your seedling for every maybe 1 week. If you have more area in the backyard, you can use your area backyard for gardening. But what happens if you don't have any enough space? It's vertical garden is another choice. How to plant your your seedlings by vertical garden? It's easy, and you can work with by more YouTube video about vertical garden. Next, please. The other important thing is reporting. Reporting means that put plants into the new media, because as the plant grow, they will require larger pot to prevent their roots from getting too cramped. The steps are: first, loosen the plant from the old media, and then tidy up at the bottom at root area by cutting, by prune some old roots, and then put the plant into a new bigger container and new media. The last thing is tidy up the shoots portion by cut some leaves, old leaves, to reduce transpiration. So the plant is ready to grow, but please keep in the shaded area. Next, please. Care and maintenance is required to get good plants in the gardening. The first thing is watering. How much should be the plant to be watered? If rainy season, maybe we only have every 2 days, but in the hot seasons or in summer, we can watering the plant in the morning or late afternoon. Give plant food or fertilizers from compost is okay and better to reduce our kitchen waste. And then if you use slow release fertilizer, it can be applied every 6 months. Only put a little bit of slow release, we call it NPK, maybe around 3 to 5 granule for 1 pot. But for bigger plants, it needs more than that. For the hot area, some mulch to improve soil retention or moisture and reduce weed growth is needed. But in this picture, we use plastic mulch. For environmentally purposes, we can use the mulch from dried bamboo leaves or straw from leaf paddy that already dry. For organic pesticide, can be produced by maybe planting lemongrass, can reduce insect attack around the garden. This care and maintenance can be do every day. Just spend your every 30 minutes times a day playing in the garden, work with your plants, can give your new life a longer life and happy together with your son or happy together with your kids. Next, please. The last thing is harvesting. So better to do in the morning or late afternoon. And don't forget to bring a suitable container to maintain quality of your harvest, maybe your fruit or vegetables, not to get mud or get soil. But if you have soil, you can clean it or can be washed with water and dry it carefully. Do it happily, and finally, it's time to enjoy your fruit or vegetable in a serving dish. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ibu Ria. Yes, I am a grandfather of 6 grandchildren. And, based on my experience with my grandchildren, we know that children enjoy gardening. they enjoy gardening, so they like gardening. So this the good opportunity for us to introduce the environment to them. Okay, I think we come to the end question and answer. We have 25 minutes for that. For Pak Peter, Ibu Nurul, and Ibu Ria. The question from Ibu.
There is the question for green books, I think, Pak Niko ya, on the chat room.
Ya.
Mas Ian tanya, biar kuat goes lebih baik gado-gado atau sate. Oke. Kita kembali lagi ke pilihan hidupnya ya Pak ya. Kalau misal gado-gado, jadi gini, kita bisa, ini pertanyaan mungkin simple. Sorry, can I answer? It's okay ya Pak Niko, if I answer. Okay. Iya Pak Niko?
Okay, yes, okay.
I will answer first question from Mas Ian. This is a simple question that maybe everybody just apa ya? Ini pertanyaannya sepertinya simple, tapi ini berpengaruh gitu. Ketika kita ketika bertanya biar lebih kuat goes bersepeda maksudnya ya, itu lebih baik gado-gado atau sate gitu. Pertama dari segi kesehatan dulu mungkin ya, dari segi kesehatan mungkin akan ada orang yang menjawabnya lebih detail. Tapi kalau saya di sini akan melihat dari segi environment-nya, akan melihat from the environment pandangannya gitu ya. Kalau sate dan gado-gado, yang mana yang lebih banyak memiliki yang akan menghasilkan emisi karbon yang lebih tinggi. Karena apa? Ketika kita menghasilkan emisi karbon yang lebih tinggi, secara otomatis kita akan susah bernafas. Jika semakin banyak karbon di dunia ini, kita akan semakin susah bernafas dan kita akan lebih susah untuk ngegoes. Sesimpel itu, as simple as that, ya. Nanti kalau mungkin ada tanggapan lain from Pak Peter, maybe kalau mau menanggapi.
Yes, the other question. Yes.
Yeah. So,
the other question
Peter,
for Ibu Nurul.
Someone, yeah. And then the second question, bagaimana caranya membuat animasi sederhana untuk mengajar? Oh, oke. Jadi untuk animasi sederhana ini ada banyak sekali platform-platform gratis yang Bapak Ibu bisa gunakan ya. Itu sudah banyak sekali, ada macam-macam, salah satunya mungkin yang sudah sangat sering itu webtoon. Ini bisa ngobrol sama anak-anak kita gitu, anak-anak kita yang sudah remaja itu. Biasanya mereka lebih melek teknologi seperti ini, mereka akan senang sekali kalau misalkan, tolong dong mama dibuatin video pembelajaran ini gitu. Itu akan membuat mereka, oh saya berdaya ya, saya punya kemampuan ya gitu. Nanti jadi di satu sisi Bapak Ibu tidak perlu pusing-pusing mempelajari platformnya. Di sisi lain, anak atau siswa ibu bisa lebih senang gitu karena mereka ternyata bisa memiliki sebuah karya gitu. Nanti tinggal tektokan materinya aja gitu. Ketimbang Bapak Ibu pusing untuk bikin animasinya gitu. Tapi kalau misalkan Bapak Ibu pengen bikin sendiri bisa juga. Itu bisa di googling aja. Nanti ada macam-macam itu platform yang menyediakan animasi gratis untuk Bapak Ibu bisa untuk bahan ajar. Kemudian next question. Hello, I'm Nila. Untuk Ibu Nurul, bagaimana cara membangkitkan minat peserta didik ketika dalam pembelajaran online mulai bosan? apakah ada tips atau trik untuk membuat peserta didik tidak mudah bosan dengan game atau tugas-tugas yang diberikan? Yap. Thank you, Ibu Nila. So, my question is, my answer for this question. Jadi begini, anak itu sebenarnya bosan itu faktornya banyak. Tidak hanya mungkin kalau di sini kita bicara soal pembelajaran, dari awal kita bisa atur strategi. Sebenarnya strategi apa yang bisa kita gunakan supaya anak-anak tidak bosan, yaitu dengan kita membuat lesson plan yang memang kita seolah-olah kita yang jadi anak gitu. Kalau anak saya, kalau siswa saya belajar ini pakai online, mereka bosan nggak ya? Kalau mereka bosan, terus planning saya apa gitu? Kayak tadi, misalkan saya hanya menerangkan materinya aja nih, materinya ini. Tentang eco-activity, kemudian belajar tentang karbon pelepasan karbon di udara, kemudian tentang climate crisis. Itu adalah suatu hal yang membosankan. Jika itu membosankan, kita cari yang memang lebih connect ke anak-anak. Misalkan cari sesuatu yang saat ini sedang booming gitu. Mereka lagi senang apa nih? Mereka lagi senang TikTok misalkan. Oh ternyata di TikTok Bapak Ibu bisa menjelaskan hubungannya dengan pelajaran apa misalkan. Gunakan platform itu gitu. Jadi lebih ke bagaimana kita beradaptasi dengan apa yang dirasakan sama anak-anak didik kita itu. Kemudian tips and triknya tentu saja ya kalau versi saya lebih senang ketika saya punya persiapan banyak. Ibarat saya mau berperang nih, ketika saya mau ngajar, saya kan mau berperang sebenarnya ya, supaya saya menang dalam pembelajarannya tanpa anak-anak bosan, anak-anak tetap fokus ke saya, ya saya siapkan amunisinya gitu. Amunisinya apa? Misalkan amunisinya ada game, ada video, ada apa, tapi juga melihat juga kebutuhan siswanya ini. Jangan sampai ketika kita menyediakan sebanyak itu amunisi, ternyata anak-anak sebenarnya nggak ngerti apa yang mau kita pelajari gitu. Nah, seperti yang saya lakukan hari ini juga, kan banyak tuh ya, ada game, ada video, ada apa, tapi sebenarnya apa sih yang pengen saya sampaikan? Yang ingin saya sampaikan adalah bahwa memang kami belajar tentang eco-activity ini dengan sesuatu yang simple, dengan sesuatu yang menyenangkan, dan kalau mereka baru sebatas tahu aja, it's okay, nggak apa-apa, karena anak-anak belum menjadi expert tentang hal itu gitu. Berikan kesempatan mereka untuk senang dulu gitu. Karena apa? Ketika mereka senang, saya percaya ketika anak senang, mereka akan terus nyari, mereka akan terus belajar. Gitu. Thank you, that's for me. Untuk Ibu Nila. Oke, terima kasih.
Next question for Ibu Ria. To Ibu Ria.
Oh.
Ibu Ria, bagaimana cara mengisi waktu kosong pada saat berkebun sayur agar anak-anak tidak mudah bosan? Karena ada waktu kosong yang cukup lama dari mulai masa tanam sampai panen. And whether the kid always expecting that the fruit or the flowers come out very quickly.
Baik, terima kasih. Kalau sayuran yang ditanam, sayuran panen 3 bulan, it's better start from the beginning, but use seeds as to be a seedling, germinate the seeds into the seeds, and give the kids play a role, prepare the media, and after 2 weeks, seedlings will come up, and then the kids pick out the seedlings with a little bit soil in their hands, and then by put the seedlings with their own hand, and then they put into a little bit kepalan tanah, and then put in the same place. These are the first thing and very important things to examine the seedlings will grow well for the next further. After 2 weeks, more leaves will come out. For tomato and chili, if already have 4 leaves, can we go to the field on, we can grow your pocket plants. And then in the pot, already have new media, and transfer the seedlings in pot to the soil, and make sure to water it after that. And for the next 2 months, the kids will maintain by watering the new plants into produce flowers and fruits. But for moringa or cinnamon or papaya, it needs almost 1 or 2 years to grow. And but for moringa and cinnamon, for 6 months, we already have each leaf to get sayur. To look after moringa and cinnamon is easier rather than tomato seedlings or chili seedlings. As by watering and look after for the old leaf, get more compost. Some vegetables can grow well if the seedlings area is sandy. But for tomato and chili, it's very susceptible during the rainy season. So to reduce disease attack, you can put the pots under the shaded area, but still have enough sunlight to the plant to photosynthesize. And if you see this is you can just pull up the lid already unpacked. Thank you.
Other questions for you, Ibu Ria. Where we can get Dewan Daru seed or seedling? Ibu Ria, where we can find Dewan Daru seed or seedlings?
For Dewan Daru seeds, for Dewan Daru seeds, we just find out where is the plant. Just find out where is the plant. Maybe in one family in a village, because sometimes we have plants but not produce fruits. In some villages, there is 1 or 2 people can have Dewan Daru. Because Dewan Daru already important part of ceremonial food offering.
Yes, Buri. Yeah, Ibu Ria still have any problem with the
Itu Dewan Daru.
question?
Dewan Daru. Itu Dewan Daru. Berapa desa? Karena harus bukan. Dari yang dibuat. Banyak kemudian dalamnya di
We can hear you, Ibu Ria.
Suaranya putus-putus, Bu Ria.
Yes, Pak Martin, we're trying to fix some problems here.
Thank you, Mr. Joko.
Untuk tanaman dewan daru, beberapa desa memiliki tanaman tersebut. Karena tanaman itu juga digunakan untuk upacara. Jadi biji bisa diperoleh dari buah yang masak, yang benar-benar merah. Nah, dari biji tersebut mungkin ditunggu ya. Beneran.
Yes.
Biji yang masak tersebut ditunggu seminggu atau 2 minggu, kemudian ditanam seperti biasa. Nah, kalau tidak menemukan biji, cara lain bisa dicoba dengan melakukan stek. Jadi stek diambil dari cabang, kira-kira 15 cm dari ujung tanaman, jadi dari cabang, ujung cabang, kemudian dipotong agak runcing bagian dasarnya, diolesi dengan larutan rutun F yang bisa diperoleh dari toko pertanian. Harganya tidak mahal, hanya 10.000. Tapi dalam bentuk tepung, jadi ditambah sedikit air hingga berbentuk pasta. Kemudian dioleskan pada pangkal stek. Nah, kemudian ditanam pada media. Dengan bantuan rutun sebagai sumber auksin yang dapat menginduksi perakaran, berharap agar 2 minggu setelah itu tanaman bisa memproduksi akar. Terima kasih.
Yes, thank you, Yuria. The next for Pak Peter and Mbak Nurul. We can find many of frangipani around Bali, and the price of dry frangipani flowers is high enough. But now we know that the price is getting down, and maybe Pak Peter or Mbak Nurul can give another alternative that the frangipani flower can be used for the people and for the children at school.
Peter, do you wanna answer? Okay. So I already answered the Ibu Nilu question on the chat room because for now maybe we don't have any specific program for this case, but this is, I think this is a good information for us, good feedback for us. So maybe for next, maybe we can arrange or thinking or develop some lesson learned that we can use this case. I mean this flower. So yeah, that's from Green Books. And maybe if someone else wanna asking more about our program or what we can do together or we can collaborate, I already sent my email on the chat room, so everybody can access my email. I mean, can send me an email if someone wanna collaborate with us. And yeah, mungkin kalau I will. Saya jelaskan juga pakai bahasa Indonesia ya. Jadi saya sudah mengirimkan email ke chat room-nya. Kalau Bapak Ibu misalkan ada pertanyaan lebih lanjut atau belum sempat kami jawab atau mungkin ingin bertanya tentang kolaborasinya dengan kami, caranya bagaimana, nanti bisa kirim email saya ya. Emailnya sudah saya tulis di chat room, nurul.adim@greenbooks.org ya, gitu. Tuh, Pak. Thank you.
There's another question for you, Ibu Nurul. Is that about the tutorial from your Green Books about the thing that you can use natural resources or simple material so
Yep.
they can do it at home
Yeah.
by
So-
learning about eco environment, I think.
Yeah, thank you Pak Niko and Ibu Lita ya, Ibu Lita. Okay, thank you for the question. Mostly all of our program kami mencoba untuk sebisa mungkin memanfaatkan bahan-bahan yang bisa ditemukan di sekitar rumah saat di dalam program online eco activity yang saat ini sedang kami implementasikan, kami mencoba untuk mencari bahan-bahan yang memang mudah ditemukan. So every kids can implement this program on their at their home with their parents, and we don't need to push them as perfect that we sampai kita perfect banget gitu, no, but we just learn to make this program. Or mungkin kalau ibu bapak ingin membuat program serupa, usahakan bahan-bahannya ya yang dari sekitarnya. Nah, itu udah ada di program kami, di program Eco Activity Online atau di program Sekolah Nol Sampah. Kita mencoba untuk melakukan hal itu. Nah, nanti mungkin Bapak Ibu bisa mendapatkan inspirasi dari lesson learn yang kami kirimkan, karena bekerja sama dengan kami itu tidak berbayar ya, Bu, Bapak. Boleh, siapapun bisa mengakses. Everybody can access. Everybody can collaborate with greenbooks.org. It's free. We just wanna have a big impact for our education. So we just need your persistence. We just need your semangatnya ya, Bapak Ibu. Yes.
Yeah, one more from Ibu Listiana asking for the tips and tricks that we can have a more interesting way to rather than the face-to-face learning. Because he said she teach in the remote area which is very minimum in technology.
Salah satu hal yang mungkin masih sulit dihadapi memang untuk yang remote area ini, online learning kita sendiri tidak bisa memukul rata semua bisa gitu ya, maksudnya bisa sempurna gitu. But tipsnya maybe better if we can focus on the sesuatu yang bisa langsung diimplementasikan dan berhubungan dengan kehidupan mereka sehari-hari. Contohnya seperti ini, kalau lokasinya ada di tengah hutan karet misalkan, mau belajar IPA, kita tidak perlu push semua pembelajaran yang ada di kurikulum itu dilakukan semua, tidak. Tapi apa nih yang kira-kira kita bisa lingkari? Oh, ini praktek kecil tapi bisa dampaknya ke anak-anak lebih gampang gitu. Misalkan, oh di dekat mereka banyak pohon karet misalkan. Ya, aktivitas apa yang kira-kira misalkan ngumpulin biji karetnya misalkan. Kan di pohon karet itu biasa ada bijinya gitu kan. Biji karetnya, setelah itu nyambung nggak sama seni, biji karetnya dibikin apa gitu, diberikan tugasnya. Itu bukan sesuatu yang membuat mereka tuh harus belajar banget gitu, karena kebetulan saya pernah mengalami belajar sama anak di remote area, tapi mungkin tidak dalam masa pandemi seperti ini. Jadi memang dalam masa pandemi seperti ini, saya yakin Bapak Ibu yang ada di remote area lebih susah ya, lebih tantangannya lebih besar. Tapi semangat ngajarnya juga lebih besar gitu. Jadi ketika misalkan nggak bisa dikirim online, Bapak Ibu datang, datang sekali saja untuk tugas minggu ini tuh A, misalkan tugas minggu ini bikin prakarya dari biji karet, tapi dari biji karet itu sendiri yang bisa dinilai apa saja gitu. Jadi nggak memaksakan. Misal yang bisa dinilai, oh mereka ngumpulin tugas atau enggak, itu bisa dinilai. Oh mereka bikin atau enggak, itu bisa dinilai. Oh semangatnya mereka bagaimana, itu bisa dinilai. Jadi nilai itu kalau saya sih lebih fokusnya nggak harus nilai dalam bentuk angka gitu. Tapi karena saya percaya setiap anak tercipta masing-masing istimewa. Jadi bisa dinilai di masing-masing anaknya. Tidak harus memaksakan kurikulum pembelajaran ini gitu, nggak perlu. Bahkan Pak Nadiem pun juga tidak memaksakan itu gitu. Karena pada dasarnya anak-anak untuk kan Bapak Ibu di sini sebagai guru yang diharapkan anaknya supaya bisa lebih kritis, supaya bisa mereka akhirnya bisa belajar mandiri gitu, untuk menghadapi tantangan ke depannya nanti. Bukan hanya ditugasin, suruh baca, disuruh ini, enggak. Tapi mereka bisa belajar dari suatu hal yang terdekat sama mereka. That's from me, Pak Niko. Thank you.
Yes, the next question, I think it seems like that is the last question for Ibu Ria. Did you ask the children for measuring the length of leaf, the total number of leaf, and etc.? I mean, the idea is to ask the children to be more scientific. Yes, Ibu Ria.
Okay.
We can't hear you, Ibu Ria. Mike.
Okay, thank you for the questions. During this pandemic, we do study from home, but for practical class, we assist students by showing how to measure the plant growth for their practicum. Like they should growing green bean for 1 month, and we show them by video how to measure the length of the plant and then how many leaves they produce every 2 weeks. Yes, it is interesting to get more data for their report and for their knowledge that the plant is growing bigger and bigger with addition of time. Hopefully that can answer the question.
You bisa Okay, we still have 6 minutes for the last question. Quick last question. Dari balik. Sorry, I can't see that. Can you read that, Pak? Pun, yeah, already answered the question. Udah 10. Udah. Oh, another question for Ibu Nurul. In your program in Eco Green activity, do you have activities for early years children?
Okay.
That's the last question.
Yep. Thank you Ibu Dian. So until now, we only have the program that lebih cocok for elementary school ya, until ya ke atas gitu ya. Jadi kalau untuk PAUD, we don't have it yet, but we would love to have it. So maybe mungkin Ibu Dian bisa nanti bisa mengirimkan email kepada saya supaya kita bisa saling sharing ya Pak Peter ya. Yeah, we can sharing about your your experience on earlier buat PAUD gitu ya, early education. And maybe I think next speaker will talk about the early education, right? Ya Pak Niko ya. Yeah, next speaker will. Yeah, next I think next speaker will talking about the early
Online
education.
teaching.
Yes. Oh, next speaker. I mean Ibu
Jenny,
yeah.
online learning.
Oh, online learning. Oke. Ya, paling itu sih Mbak Dian, Ibu Dian, maaf. Ibu Dian boleh nanti kirim email ke saya saja ya. Siapa tahu kita bisa saling share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer, all the speakers now. And can we go to the next sections with Ibu Jenny from Tasmania? Ibu Jenny, time and line is yours now. We can hear you, Ibu Jenny. Would you please unmute your microphone?
Thank you.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you. Now I'm looking to see where I can share my screen because I haven't got that. Hang on. No. Share screen. Here we go. Right. Okay. Thank you. All right. So I'd like to share my screen with you. And thank you very much for welcoming me to your presentation today. And I've been very impressed by the learning that I've seen. So thank you very much for including me in that. And I'm wanting to share with you our learning around our future planet. And Bu Ingrid and I were very fortunate to visit Indonesia and Bali and visit East Java and Surabaya and a school, Kaliasin, and we spent some time there a week, which we really enjoyed working with them. And the school that I was with had a partnership with, through the Bridge program with Kaliasin, and that school in Hobart, Tasmania, still has that relationship. So that's wonderful to have a really strong Indonesian connection here in Hobart. And the students there love learning Indonesian and sharing with their peers from Indonesia. I'd first of all like to acknowledge the traditional owners, the first people of Tasmania, the Muanina people, and recognise that they have cared for the land for over 60,000 years, and we are now learning from them about how we can care for the land into the future. So that's significant, and also obviously in Indonesia and all throughout the world there are First Nations people that we are learning from around sustainability and how we can be far more environmentally literate. And this was a cartoon in one of our local papers, following on from the debate that there's been in our media around climate change, because currently our politicians are a little bit divided about whether there is an issue with regard to environmental sustainability and climate change. So this is suggesting that Australia and the world could be just become like a single-use plastic if we continue behaving in the way that we are. So that's a reminder to us all to be vigilant, and to education is the way I think that behaviour change will occur, and that's the role that we're very fortunate to have if we're all within that education sector. And I'd like to just share with you this is the learning environment that I work within. As you can see, it's surrounded by bushland, 65 hectares of bushland, and we're a zero carbon footprint, and our building can be taken apart and rebuilt and reused in another location, and we generate more power than we need, and we've very much a recycle, reuse, rethink environment. And it's a place where students come to learn about environmental education. But during COVID, that wasn't a possibility. So we were running blended learning or online learning programs for our learners. And that was the case for probably 90% of the students across Tasmania. But we're now back face to face, and we have been for 2 terms now, and it certainly is a much more rewarding way to be face to face. But we have learned a great deal about online learning during that time, and I think we've all become much more proficient at it. Guiding our environmental education is very much the decade of the Sustainable Development Goals that the United Nations have established, and we're very much looking at number 13, climate action, 14, life below water, and 15, life on the land, and that's certainly something that we're sharing, and students from the early years right through to year 12. So in Australia, education is compulsory from 5 years of age up to 17 years of age. So that's all of that time. Students, young people are expected to attend school for 5 days a week and be engaged in learning in an active way for that time. We also, though, in Australia have an Australian curriculum. So that's a curriculum that all states and territories adhere to. And there are agreements with our federal government for all states and territories to abide by this curriculum. So there's mathematics, as you can see, technology, English, science, humanities. Then you come out, that's the light green area. You come out then to the orange area, which are the general capabilities, which are really very much the focus of our learning around critical and creative thinking, looking at literacy, numeracy, and you can see ICT capabilities, so technology and design. But the bigger picture around that, the blue area, is the sustainability. So we have 3 cross-curriculum priorities, one of which is sustainability. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, so recognising our First Nations people, and for you in particular, our connections with Asia and Australia's engagement with Asia, because Indonesia being our closest neighbour, we need to be very aware and responsive and respectful of our connections with Indonesia, and grow that connection very much through our schools. So, but sustainability is very much overriding all of those, because without being sustainable and without respecting and caring for our world, it really impedes all our learning and our possibilities. Here we have the cross-curriculum priority, and you can see that it's got some sections to it. So it's got the opportunity to be sustainable. Well, it's got the priority area, it's an action process. So you were talking earlier about learning and hands-on learning. So it's very much around a process relating to a context and an issue that is relevant to the students or relevant to that community or that area. And it's very much around looking at systems thinking, looking at ecological literacy and the knowledge of those systems and interdependency and how those things. So that starts from very early on, from children who are going to childcare centres. So, 2 and 3-year-old children are be encouraged to become stewards of the land and take responsibility for caring for the land, being responsible about water use, managing their waste and caring for any animals or the land that they're involved in that space. Within Tasmania, so we have the mainland, and then Tasmania is the island to the south of the mainland of Australia. The Department of Education has a strategic plan, and that's Learners First every day and every learner. And if you can see here, we've got our values about aspiration, which is really about expecting children to do the best they can and respecting ourselves and others, and particularly our past and our environment. Courage about accepting challenges, and that sometimes can mean students asking questions that are perhaps questions that have got difficult answers, or things that they want to pursue that are going to be engaged with the community or engaged with other areas that could be contentious, but it's involving their learning, which is the criteria. Or inquiry is very much the focus of learning here. So if that's a question and students are needing to be a bit courageous, well, that's certainly encouraged. And it's also recognising that we're all learners from birth right through to, so cradle to grave, really. So that encouragement about learning and growth, and that mindset of growth throughout our life is really important. And that's obviously underpinned by literacy and numeracy. But underpinning that, once again, though, is wellbeing. If a person needs to feel safe and secure to enable those conditions for learning to occur. And down here, we've got our inquiry focus, or our inquiry cycle, and that's very much the focus for all our departments. So not only the teachers and the learners in the classroom, but it's also the principals, the office managers, and our deputy secretary. They're all setting goals for themselves as individuals through their personal development plans, but also strategically as their organisation or their subset of their organisation. They're investigating and wanting to improve their performance, but also improve their learning. So they're undertaking this inquiry focus here, which is scan and assess, prioritise the issues, develop a plan, and then act on that plan, and then review after those actions have occurred. And that's very much the learning cycle too. And so that's very much engaged with hands-on learning or research. So it's really research, or we're really looking at our learners being researchers and inquirers. So we're looking at inquiry hooks or provocations that may begin that learning. And, you know, there are some questions being asked about these and the impacts of disease, like colony collapse and other implications. So some children are asking, is it possible to have a world without bees? Or where does it come from and where does it go in relation to waste? And other students are asking questions like, how can science support the environment? And whose habitat? Is it a habitat? Is it an environment that we're all interconnected, the systems that we are interconnected with? And is it mine? Is it yours? Is it ours? Or is it everyone's? Really trying to look at that, becoming a global citizen and understanding that sustainability and collaboration, cooperation is necessary. So our learning, this is an example of a teacher's learning or an inquiry that was begun in a grade 2. So grade 2 students are 7, 8 and 9 years of age. And the highlighted areas are indicating the big idea that the teacher is engaged with, but it's been based on the driving questions that have come down from some young children found a dead plant and they noticed some bees swarming, but they also noticed some dead bees. So they were interested in that. And they also had a bumblebee that they were looking at and they wondered about that. So they were looking at, in our curriculum, we have science, obviously, and we have biology within that. And then we have the notion that part of our science is associated with human endeavours. So the students were looking at living things and how they have basic needs, including food and water. And grade 1, so this is a mixed age class. Grade 1, living things have a variety of features, and living things grow and change and have offspring similar to themselves. So then you come down here to the next highlighted area, that EYLF, that stands for the Early Years Learning Framework. So not only do we have an Australian curriculum, which is really from grade 2 through to grade 12, we then also have an Early Years Learning Framework, which is from children from birth through to age 8. So that's our kindergarten prep year, grade 1, and encompasses some of grade 2. So it's quite an area that teachers need to be familiar with, so that they are addressing the learning, first of all, that the students are interested in, but they're also able to see how that interconnects with the curriculum and is giving them knowledge and background and basis to build their understanding of scientific processes and scientific methods and scientific understandings. Also, as topical, but there's no planet B, protect our marine environments and plastics, and that's certainly following on from the Green Book's presentations. That's certainly a question that a lot of our students are asking about plastics and microplastics and the importance and impacts on the marine life and marine debris, and that's an issue that's gone forward and been part of our online learning. This, The Majestic Plastic Bag, a mockumentary, is a wonderful video clip that is a great starter, if you like, or setting the scene for the issue around plastics and the importance and impacts of plastics on marine debris, but it's also using humour because it's a mockumentary rather than a documentary, because it's providing the plastic bag has a character of its own, which is quite clever, and it goes on to move beyond that out into the marine area and the impacts that that has. So I urge you to have a look at that. It's in English, but there may be a translation that could be applicable, that could be used. But even so, even without the language, the graphics are really quite significant from the point of view that the story could be really quite easily understood. Also, graphics like this, which is Chris Jordan's work from the Gaia, and in the Midway Atoll. Chris Jordan is an American photographer. He was a lawyer, but has so convinced that he wants to make a change in the world that he's given up his legal practice and is now taking photographs indicating the impacts of our lifestyle on the creatures that inhabit our world. So this has led to a whole lot of information and data gathering around plastics and the impacts of plastics. And so this has resulted in a lot of scientists travelling to the atoll and dissecting birds and seeing that the impact on them is related to our consumption and the impacts of currents and tides. So I'm inviting people in Indonesia. This is certainly one of the apps that we engage with, and I appreciate, I was hearing that there are people who aren't able to access the internet easily, and that's certainly still the case here in Tasmania and certainly in parts of Australia as well. But for those people who can access an app, this CSIRO Earth Challenge 2020 app is about, and particularly if students and young people are still at home, this is about taking photographs of waste that could be, in their bins at home, or it could be waste that they're noticing just outside or on their window ledges or on their balconies or wherever. But it's a way that they could put their information in and read and log the data and notice the data, because it's got a worldwide capture. So you can see how Indonesia and capture is happening in Indonesia relative to Australia, relative to the rest of the world, which could be really very interesting for a lot of students to see. And another one is the plastic calculator, which is something that students can do certainly with their parents at home, where they can calculate how much, or for instance, how many plastic cups they might use in a day, how many plastic bags they might use in a day. And this calculator will extrapolate then how many plastic cups that would mean in a year. And then it's asking the individual to consider making a change. And there's a whole lot of data calculations around that. And young children can certainly grasp that, along with older children. And that could be a wonderful challenge for a family to take on, a pledge to become plastic, or reduce their plastic consumption, or maybe become plastic free if that was possible, or look at a zero waste challenge, which could be quite could be quite an in-depth research project for the children and the family. And we talk about at least the 5 R's of zero waste. We talk about refuse, which is certainly to say no, and we talk about reducing. So, perhaps saying no, we don't need that, or let's check what we've got in the cupboard before we go and buy that thing. And certainly looking at not having disposable products like paper napkins or plastic straws, those sorts of things, or not using a straw at all. Really thinking about how we can reuse and use cotton, use material things, and things that have a longer lifespan or looking at repairing. We also look at recycling and seeing how that can work within a family context. So we certainly have in our system a recycling system, we have a waste to landfill system, we have a soft plastics waste system, and we also have a compost system. So that relates to rot. And we certainly have at our centre 4 worm farms, and they benefit from all our food scraps that we provide to them. There's also, another opportunity to think about upcycling. So that's the opportunity to perhaps reuse a T-shirt, make it into a bag, or a tote bag, or maybe reuse some jeans and make them into another thing that you could have in your home, which could be another sort of bag or another use, like a book cover or something. And in our system, we have an Environmental Protection Authority, and this is based in Tasmania, and they have a whole range of resources that are available for everyone in the world to download. And this is based on litter, but there's also one based on plastics and another one around paper. So they're really very good resources, and they have got a lot of creative resources and possibilities that could be really quite easily accomplished at home with families at the moment. This is an example of one of the opportunities, if you like, for a family if they wanted to at home to make a marine creature from litter. So this is an example from where I work, where students combined their waste and from plastic bags, and they created this large sea turtle because they were impacted by the Chris Jordan photographs, and they wanted to make it really consider how much plastic they were using in their life. So they collected these plastics over a week. So maybe a family could collect their plastic waste over a week and see and consider what type of marine animal or marine artwork they could create from that. And what does that mean? If that's not going into the waste system, how is that going to help those animals? Other teachers, while they've been working online, have developed competitions, one of which is the Waste-Wise competition, and recognising that also waste is a precious resource, and can you make a useful item from it? So can you recycle it or upcycle? So we've got examples here from a grade 1-2 class here in Hobart, and they have been reusing their glass jars over here and decorating them on the outside with textures, but they were using those as candles and for candle holders, because we do have power blackouts here, or they were creating areas where they wanted softer lighting, so they were using that there. And then we've got up here on the right where the students were recycling paper cylinders, cardboard cylinders, and they wanted to make a paper pencil pots that they could share with their family, and that's quite a task that would be easily accomplished at home. Another one was create a class waste-wide competition where the students were encouraged to make something, but then write a procedural text, a bit like thinking about taking a photograph and then explaining the process that they undertook to make their environmentally friendly resource. So here they are looking at creating a bird feeder, and the bird feeder then went outside and was used, and the students had photographic evidence of the birds coming in to use them. So this is definitely something that the kids did while they were at home, but they could then share their video either online, or they could post it, or they could just share it within their family if they weren't able to send it online back to their school. And this is an example of a young kindergarten student, and they were, he was creating a toy for his a younger member of his family, and he really loved robots. So he wanted to make a robot that he could share with his family. So he was using recycled materials, and the other one was a reusing make a toy, and they had to think about what did a toy need to be. So they had to think about the criteria for a toy, and had to be safe, but it also had to be attractive and fairly durable. And this one here is obviously a rocket, and the kids got a great deal of enjoyment being able to think about who they could give it to, and they made a card or some sort of way of communicating to the person that was for them. We've also had students at home thinking about what they throw away, and then they've created visual posters about what the impacts are about the waste that they've been perhaps being able to save, and what that means for the systems or the creatures that live within our world. So that was quite beneficial. And that, once again, could have been shared online, but equally it could have been something that could have been posted home or posted back to the teacher. Or I suppose the telephone call. Quite a few in Tasmania where we weren't able to visit or weren't able to have online conversations. There were telephone conversations that were entered into quite regularly, and also, though, teachers delivered materials so that, for instance, this poster could be created, but they left them at the post box of the family, and the children, once and everything had been wiped and checked for COVID, so that it was left. The teacher had gloves when they delivered the material, and they would leave, and then the children would have gloves, and they would sanitise the envelope, and then they would take it into their house. But often also teachers would be staying at a distance, but they would be waving and trying to conduct a conversation, but from a distance with their students, because they believed that home visit, even from a distance, was really beneficial to continue that connection. This is another example of a challenge that the children were asked to do, was to make their own snakes and ladders game. And I'm sure you're all familiar with snakes and ladders. It's a great fun game to play. And with the ups, being positive things that perhaps relating to your environment, with the ladder, and then the downs with the snake and the issues associated with that. And that could be related very much to a context within your Indonesian or Bali communities, or wherever that students want to impact and make changes and have other people think about it. And this was made totally from recycled materials. So it not only was purposeful in that it reused materials, but it was also getting a message out to the participants while they were playing the game about rethinking, reusing, and considering all those 5 R's. This is an example of a display in a classroom that was happening over that period, and explain how you can help the planet. And the students were invited to create little books around the planet, and what makes them feel happy about the planet, what makes them feel sad about the planet. So really being quite an emotive. And anyway, they were sent back to the class. But once again, there was quite a lot of money spent on postage to enable families who weren't able to afford postage. They were given a reply paid envelope so that they could send their responses back to the teacher if they weren't able to access the internet. But equally, there were quite a few conversations that occurred on phones and using WhatsApp or using other tools. And also in Tasmania, teachers use a number of other online tools that are, that are quite secure, in that they're not public like Facebook, but they have like a class dojo or a class seesaw, which is just dedicated for that class. So teachers and students and family can communicate with each other without fear that other people will be misusing that information that they're sharing. Also, some students made video clips around what climate change meant to them, and they interviewed people in their families. So that would be also a wonderful opportunity for young children to ask their grandparents or their parents what they're noticing or what the changes are or how they're feeling about maybe the COVID situation and what they see as the differences between now and what they hope for in the future. So really looking at not just being recognising the issues, but being hopeful and considering, well, what are the things that I can do or we can do to help make a difference, to make the future better for all. So really looking at sustainability and thinking about enough for all forever, and what does that mean for us and what does it mean for future generations. Another fun thing, and this could happen very much at home, and it's looking at that notion of, well, what are the pollinators we need around our area to maintain the plants and systems, particularly if you're looking at gardening, you need pollinators. So maybe designing and creating an Airbnb would be a thing to do. And that's certainly reusing a whole lot of cans, using sticks and lots of loose parts that would be available, I would imagine, quite within a home facility, within a home. This is an example of a challenge that was placed with older students. They were asked to consider what the biggest issues were associated with marine debris, and a lot of them obviously thought it was plastics, but they were concerned particularly around plastic lids, and they were each asked to create a design, and this was the winning design. And the students either created their own little mini design and then they put it together to create the big design when they've come back. So that's been quite a nice collaboration, both at home and then equally at school. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. And here we go. Another one that we're looking at is that notion of student advocacy and student agency, and really looking at that inquiry and those questions around endangered species and habitat destruction. In Indonesia, I know there are issues around deforestation. In Tasmania too, we have issues around deforestation and loss of native habitat and our forests and mature trees. So Mount Nelson Primary School, and these are the prep children, so these are 6 and 7-year-olds posing questions around the swift parrot, which is the native species, and the impact of the rainbow lorikeet, which is an introduced species, but more particularly also around the loss of the eucalypts and the mature eucalypts that provide the habitat and the food source for the swift parrot for their feeding, but also for their breeding programs. So they understood that their area is an area which the swift parrots live in and fly through and feed, and they wanted to make a statement to the rest of the community that they wanted this area protected. So they created this artwork, but they also realised that it couldn't just be them, so that they, through their online learning, contacted the utility that manages water in Hobart and discussed with them this big blue thing behind here is a water reservoir, which was very neglected, and the students saw this reservoir as being an opportunity to put their artwork in the public, in their local environment, to tell a story about how much they care for the environment. So they had listened to information from scientists who talked to them online as well as face-to-face, and they were able to ask questions, and the scientists, and from that they then made up their own action, if you like, around raising awareness about this issue, about losing the habitat. So they wanted to engage with the artist, and the artist then created and transformed their artwork onto this huge reservoir, water reservoir tank, so that it's just so public for everyone to see the value of the nature in this environment. And also they were able to capture the local paper to have a story. So that's really looking at all those ways of mediums of getting messages out. So those students are preps, so grade 5, 6 and 7-year-olds who felt really passionate about that issue and have gone on to make signs that they've put around and distributed in their local letterboxes to let people know. And they also wrote an article for their school magazine about this issue and continue to take an interest in it. This is an example of one of the students creating a habitat, trying to create a closure or an enclosure to trap our Tasmanian devil, which is threatened with a facial tumour disease. And so they're trying to create a capturing mechanism that can take the Tasmanian devil without harming it, and then it can be taken to the researchers to be cared for and assessed as to what the issues are to do with the facial tumour disease. So that's an example of something that could be done at home. Another thing for those people who have got the internet is that we have from Lansdowne Crescent and the Kalliasin School in Surabaya, we created this bilingual website which has sites in Tasmania which are specific to issues that we have got happening. So we were looking at our lunchboxes and the issues to do with trying to make our lunchboxes plastic free and comparing those with the lunchboxes of students from Kalliasin School. And that was a really great exchange, and that could be something that could happen online, obviously, or with families, and looking at the foods that they grow and the foods that they cook and how they could share those ideas with each other. With this one was looking at stormwater pollution, which is another issue, obviously, that is not just for Tasmania, but for other areas where you've got water outflows into river areas. So we've got an estuary here. So that the issue there, and the students were really concerned because they noticed the water coming onto the beach, and they contacted the local council and had the local council come and talk with them about it. And they then created posters that they put around the beach to heighten locals' knowledge of what the issues were, and to the point where they were able to get the council to improve the stormwater management system in that area. And here with the Taroona foreshore, we've got environmental issues associated with the native animals, and the students here investigated what the native animals were, and then they created posters as well as bollards to provide interpretation information for all the community to understand what the habitats were around that space and what needed to be supported in that space. So those bollards are still in use and going to be quite wonderful. And if you notice here, this is bilingual. So we've got Bahasa Indonesian as well as the English, and we've got QR codes that are usable and useful for students to manage and get their information to both the people who can speak Bahasa as well as those that are fluent in English. And that was a really wonderful inquiry, and it associated with talking with science researchers, talking with environmental management people. It was also engaging with a whole range of people who work in the restoration area. And those websites have got a really rich resource which is accessible to people online continuously. And this is a mural that was created by the students from Lansdowne and also the students from Kalliasin. So each behind here, there's a square, a rectangle that each child has drawn a picture of themselves, and they've then sent that to us in Tasmania, and we made a large wall hanging with that, and equally students from Kalliasin received a wall hanging of a mix of students from Lansdowne saying hello, welcome, we really enjoy being a partner with you. So that's another way, and that's certainly something that families at home could do, would be to create pictures of themselves and share that with other families in their community, in their school community, or share with their school in general. And we're looking at, these are the values that the school has, which we're respectful, we are learners, we are responsible, and we're courageous, and we strive to be the best we can be. So that's very much indicative of what the children were wanting the students from Kalliasin to understand, and that's certainly, I think, what the Kalliasin students would endeavour to be doing as well. And this is an example of us online learning during COVID. So this is an example because we do a lot of our learning outdoors. So we had a fire and a fire pit, and we're making charcoal, and we've had the fire, conducted our welcome to country, and then inviting children to share a story, which was not a stick. And that's looking at the different values and opportunities there are around using sticks. And the child here who's using doing some whittling, and then inviting children to take action. But from the action is from their interest and their questions that they're raising around the issues around about, where does it go to? Who's responsible? Are there things like microplastics? Are they really real? Those sorts of things. So that issue around, is there a planet B? No, there isn't a planet B. What does it mean then for planet A? How can we help planet A? So, yeah. So, stop sharing now. So I hope you've been able to hear me over that time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And
Clear. Thank you.
yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. And can I just try to summarize in bahasa Indonesia apa yang kita pelajari? Apa yang kita pelajari dari apa yang diutarakan Jenny adalah bahwa sama seperti kita di sana juga ada wajib belajar 5 sampai 17 tahun. Tapi kurikulum yang mereka susun adalah yang disebut dengan sustainability cross curriculum. Jadi tetap mengacu ke sustainability. Dan kebanyakan aktivitas daripada siswa di sana, maksud saya, itu adalah berupa aktivitas. Kita bisa lihat beberapa contoh yang ditayangkan Jenny, aktivitas menggunakan sampah, aktivitas membuat karya-karya seni dengan menggunakan bahan sampah. Tapi tetap bukan hanya sekedar menggunakan bahan itu, tapi ada misi yang ingin disampaikan lewat penggunaan. Itu yang menarik juga. Dan juga ada kerjasama dengan apa yang di Surabaya misalnya dengan Yasin, mereka saling berbagi informasi dan tetap sama-sama berpikir tentang sustainability di antara dua negara. So maybe you have ada banyak pertanyaan untuk Jenny, tapi saya tidak I can't see any written question here, so I give opportunity to raise your hand and ask to Jenny whatever you like to ask, considering with the topic this afternoon.
So there is a question asking around harmful things in artwork. If the children were going to choose a harmful thing, well, obviously, if that's the role of the role of the teacher or the parent to ensure that the things that the children are using are not harmful, or they understand why what it is that they've chosen isn't an appropriate material to use. So, for instance, obviously there are pieces in a computer that you wouldn't want a child to be using because of the issues associated with that. And also, obviously, you want things to be clean. So that's something that we certainly ensure that things are clean when children are going to use them. So there is a level of care and attention taken to those loose parts before children use them.
Yeah. Another question, just raise your hand. Pak Made Sumadiasa. I thought you raised your hand. Sorry, Pak Made. Ibu Jenny, it is interesting to see the 5R as usually we talk about 3R in here.
Yeah. So we've been talking about 5 R's, but some people talk about 7 R's. So really we've been moving to, we have in our centre, we have a 5 waste stream. So we have 5 bins for collecting waste. but also, and that really relates, but also we conduct a lot of learning opportunities around reusing, recycling and upcycling. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so, yeah, we've been using five R's or 6 R's. And then the other question about, do you explain the learning objectives? Yes, we do explain the learning intention. At the beginning of a lesson, we talk about the learning objectives and how we see the lesson will evolve. And we invite the children to, but it's based on the questions that the students have asked, and those questions then form up that inquiry. So if you go back to that planning around the planet, that planning by the teachers was based on the learning, the questions the children were asking. So the children understand that, yeah, for instance, if they're going to create an artwork, say around marine debris, they may well develop a rubric around assessment for, and that will be a mutually developed rubric to assess that work. So, you know, in that it demonstrates particular things that the students, that the teacher is wanting to see. Say for a procedural text that the student has put in, has got some graphics, as in photographic evidence of the procedure or drawings to illustrate the procedure, has got the procedure in an order that is logical and reasonable, and also has some information if they've used some research that they've documented that research. So teachers in Tasmania certainly use rubrics and assessment tools. They also use self-assessment, where the students assess their own, well, they sometimes assess their own learning, and then they have a discussion with the teacher and then they discuss together the learning that's undertaken and the areas that the student needs to improve on, or areas that they've excelled in, and recognising those growth areas. Also, students sometimes work together in teams and they assess or reflect on their learning and reflect on perhaps the general capabilities, for instance, how they've worked together as a team. Have they engaged in critical thinking? Have they been involved in creative thinking? Have they used technology? That's another area that obviously would be perhaps an expectation in some of those learning tasks.
Yes, I saw Ibu Wati, our team, raise her hand, Jenny. Yes, please, Bu Wati.
Thank you very much, Pak John. So, Ibu Jenny, actually, as an institution, and I sure you have a company rather that you lead in Tasmania. So we are in Indonesia, particularly for educational purposes. There is a program, we call it what's called magang program, or we can like field work that students should take for 6 months out of school. So is there any chance probably for us to send a student to you? Of course, with the agreement that we have to deal with first. And it would be very useful for our students as get experience in your country and your plans that you have. And that's one of the program actually that imposed to the university student to out of the school and get a new experience and new skills, particularly that can improve the skills after they finish their study at the university.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. And yes, last year we had some students from the United States who were with us for 3 months, and they were engaged in a program of field work and research, and that worked very well. And that was through an organisation called Education for Sustainability Tasmania, but it was in partnership with the Education Department because we have to get approval, as you can appreciate, from the department for a person to work with students in our schools. They're required to have a number of checks to make sure that they're an appropriate person in a school setting. So no, but also obviously COVID has created some issues with regard to easy movement between campuses and but more particularly between countries. So into the future, that certainly could be something that we could look at when things are perhaps a little bit more settled. Yeah.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, probably
Yeah.
for now is still get lots of obstacle, but in the future, that with hopefully the COVID gonna go very fast. So we'll be looking
we
forward
hope
for
so.
that, and then we'll keep in touch.
Yeah. We in Tasmania we have 5 environment centres or centres that are involved with environmental learning. And they work with children from birth through to 18 years of age. So anyway, there's potential there, quite diverse to marine environments, farm environment, wilderness environment. So quite different, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, Jenny, we still have 10 minutes, but we still have 2 questions. Written question from Ibu Iriani. She asked about when you ask the student to do their assignment, do you always explain the objective learning, or you just keep it in your mind and then you explain that?
No. Teachers in Tasmania, they write and then they talk about the learning intentions and the learning outcomes. So that they are named up. Sorry, I should have said that. They are named up at the beginning of a lesson or at the beginning of a learning time, and they're revisited as the lesson progresses or revisited at the next lesson. And so the students are understanding that there's a series or a sequence of learnings, and it's all related to their interests and their questions, but also backed up by the curriculum and how it's addressing or supporting. It's supported by the curriculum, and certainly the children talked about themselves as being researchers or investigators, or I'm using my literacy skills now. So they're really like a meta language. They're really looking at and understanding themselves as learners and what that means to be a learner. So that's so important, for young children to say, well, I'm using my research skills now, or I'm, for a 5-year-old to say I'm thinking like I'm thinking or I'm wondering, and this thinking means that I'm thinking about a problem that perhaps a scientist could work on, or I'm thinking like a scientist now. So it's the children understanding that there are all different ways of thinking. So you look at the Reggio Emilia approach, which talks about 100 languages of children. That's really what we're looking at with young children.
The next question, Jenny. How do we explain that saving the earth is so important in a child language?
I think the children are the best ones to explain that. They can see and they are aware of issues around, even just in their local environment. So they often they're the ones who begin the conversation, not so much necessarily the adults. And so it's very much, I suppose, choosing language that they can understand. But we had a student the other day, and he was able to tell me that sustainability meant enough for everyone. And I thought, well, that was terrific for him to say that, to be sustainable and to care for the world, we need to have enough for everyone. And that was an 8-year-old saying that. So, and we have, in Tasmania, we have a commissioner for children and young people, and she has been investigating this issue around the Earth. And her report, you know, there's a very adult 78-page report, but then she's also commissioned a report that's more infographics, and that's telling young people the information in a much easier format. So I think there are lots of stories, lots of texts that help with that child's language of looking at saving the world. So there's, there are a number of books. I'm sorry, I just can't think of one just at the minute, but there are many books that we share with students around the planet and how to save. And also there are a number of YouTube clips that we also share with them if we want to begin those conversations. And the other one about the approach to early years environmental education in Tasmania is very much around experiential learning, about hands-on learning, engaging children in learning that arises from the questions that they ask around the environment. And a lot of those questions, some children are thinking really deeply about those questions, whereas other children, the environment is different things to different people. So for some children, the environment can be just their home, whereas other children have got a bigger view. So it's really trying to grow an appreciation and a love and a care of the environment within their own realm for them then to hopefully branch out and see that there are many other layers to the environment, and that makes up the world. So a bit like an onion, all those different layers that we can, but the early years learning framework, which is our required curriculum, students are asked to care for the environment in a stewardship way, and certainly in the science curriculum they're looking at systems and interdependence and habitats and understanding around those impacts and those reciprocal relationships, and really looking at that anthropocenic sort of view of the world and what that means for us.
Yes, Jenny. The last one is from Peters. He asked, could we contact you and see how you can approach the early years environmental education in Tasmania? Peter, is that yes or no question, like 1 or 2? Tempe or taku? Peter, your question is yes or no question, or you just want to the explanation?
Actually, Jenny already explained, right? Jenny?
All right.
Yeah. But yeah, I'd like to, it would be good to follow up though, Peter, because some of I really enjoyed watching the video clip of the work that you've been doing. It looks really interesting. So congratulations, and wonderful that you've been able to, got the scope and the capacity to look at working with children in Indonesia. That's fantastic. So, yeah. So there's lots of crossovers. Yeah, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Peters. Okay, I think we are running out of time, and I like to giving back time and line to our master ceremony. Ibu Dewi, it's yours. Thank you very much for your nice conversation. Yes, your speakers and the audience. Thank you very much again. Ibu Dewi?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. John Nico. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are now arriving at the end of our workshop today. We would like to give thanks to all of the facilitator, Pak Peter, Ms. Nurul, Bu Jenny, Bu Ria, and of course our moderator, Pak John Nico, for the time and effort that they have devoted in sharing their knowledge and experiences to all of us here today. I believe that so many new information and knowledge have been picked by all of us in this fruitful session. Maybe our Dean, Ibu Dekan, Ibu Watiniasi, have any closing statement for our facilitator? Would you like to give the closing statement, Ibu?
Well, thank you very much, Bu Dewi. Maybe as a closing statement for all these presenters, very very privileged actually to have you sharing knowledge and experience that been shared to us. And of course, it's open more wider of our horizon on how we're dealing with the environment and how we can teach the kids, and as well as giving them a soft skill or hard skill that we can offer to our young generation to save our environment. Once again, thank you very much, and of course, have a good evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Dekan. And of course, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to say thank you for all of the attendee here today. And we apologize should there be any mistake that we done or said during this workshop. We hope to see you all again in our next event. And so, thank you very much. Om Santi 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 Om. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Santi, Santi,
Namo
Santi.
Buddhaya. Thank you very much. Maybe for all participants can use the chat room to present presentation. Link present, can you share again to all participants? Okay.
Thank you very much, Ibu Jenny, Pak Peter, Ibu Nurul, Ibu Ria, and Pak Job for your willingness to share your experience and important knowledge to us. Really appreciate you devoting your time. Even though today is a weekend, you're supposed to have your own time, but you just so generous to share it with us. So we really thank you for that. Yes. Kita bilangin kalau mau live boleh aja live gitu.
Ya, partisipan
tutup yang di YouTube siapa? Stop yang di Ayo tutup sebentar lagi. Ibu Dekan, terima kasih atas waktunya dan teman-teman semuanya. Untuk berikutnya kami mau tutup ininya nih. Chat roomnya, Mas, tolong dipastikan semuanya sudah mengisi daftar hadir untuk sertifikat, ya. Baik.
Terima kasih Bu Eswaryanti dan tim sudah memfasilitasi kerja kami, ya, kerja kita sebenarnya di Fakultas Mata. Thank you very much.
Ya. Tutup ya. Sudah? Sudah.